Ava, what's up? Welcome to the stream. You're usually the first one in here. I'm not gonna lie now that I think about it. Getting ready for my album to drop. That's what I've been doing. Finally. 5 days. Candy Tigress, what's up? Good morning. Josh, what's up? Good morning. When does it drop? The 30th. Midnight, wherever you are, look for it on YouTube. That's where I'd watch it. I listen to all my music on YouTube. Most songs are on YouTube anyway now. It's 2026. I'm just gonna drop mixtapes the rest of this year. Maybe some singles. I don't have a lot of tapes out. I made a tape in 2024. I made a tape in 2025. But I never dropped an album. I want to do some projects. I usually just drop a single. And I know I've been saying this forever, but I want to do music videos. But I'm going to have to edit them myself. I'm going to have to get my brother to shoot it for me. Then I have to edit and color grade it. I'm going to shoot it on a phone, but y'all aren't even going to know it was shot on a phone. I'm going to color grade it and edit it. Lee, what's up? I think that's Darcel. What's up, Darcel? I'm really liking your look. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm really liking your look. Thank you. I grew up off of Empire Avenue, Oakley, California. Off of Laurel Road. Off of exit 32 on Highway 4. That's where I'm from. I miss California. It's so expensive to live there, though. See you again. What's up? Kira, what's up? You have something on your nose? Baby, you got something in your nose. Sniffing that K, did you fill the hole? Hope you find peace for yourself. Cat, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Free, what's up? They said I look hella dumb with that piercing. Until I become an A-list celebrity, and then everybody's gonna be like, oh my god, bridge piercings are actually super cool. The SoundCloud rappers are gonna commodify piercing culture too. It already is, just not as much. Y'all know it was illegal to get tattoos in America until like the 1990s in certain places. Like you'd literally like get cited or arrested for having tattoos. They said he's jealous because he couldn't pull it off for real. What happened to my eye? I was born without it. Wait a minute. Who are you? I'll take a small cappuccino from Starbucks. I hate Starbucks in general. I was just making fun of Valley Girls. Name a car for an edit. Do a Toyota. Judge Dredd, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Pick one. Aima, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I don't have to pick, really. I feel like that's kind of your job as, like, you know, a content creator. Like, y'all ask me that all the time. For somebody who asks me to name a car edit so much, y'all never tag me in the videos that you make after I give you a car. Y'all don't even show me love, though. Like, why would I do that? Your boy DJ, thank you for the gold coin. I appreciate it. Oh, wow. That's so crazy. That's a lot. Ooh, a Urus, what? A Yaris, not a Urus. That's something different. Real gas mileage, you know what I'm saying? Toyota Prius. I'm not cutting my hair short. They're gonna push my shit back and then they're gonna have me looking like we are Charlie Kirk. And I don't want that. You already see I got the crazy big forehead, like, I can't afford to go back any further, you know? That's why we have long hair. If we had short hair, it would emphasize my big-ass forehead. I just want to go bald at that point. Like, if I ever cut my hair short, we're going fully bald. Like, I'm waxing my head bald. You know what I mean? I don't know. I feel like that would look really good, though. I know I have a big head, but so what? I'd be in my alien era. Some people just have bigger foreheads. Bella Gao, what's up? Get a life, said the dude with the anime profile picture commenting on my channel watching me. Which eventually resulted in me getting into the partnership program on YouTube. But sure, man. Shadow Lion, what's up? How are you gonna have that profile picture too? Didn't say that shit, like, I don't know. I feel like if you have an anime profile picture, you probably don't have room to talk shit about me a lot of the time. Unless you're coming from a place of reason, then yeah, I get it. But talking shit on the internet, yeah, no. If you're talking shit on the internet, you have an anime profile picture. No, thank you. Reddit's that way. That's all I gotta say. Manosphere podcasts are that way. Smoking's bad for you in general, actually. It's probably better to just, like, not smoke anything. You know? Damn. Got Winged Moon with the 10 gifted memberships? That's what's up. Winged Moon knows what's up. Candy Tigress got one. That's what's up. Candy Tigress deserved it. Shout out Anemic, Elizabeth, One for All, Tia, Blanco Sosa, Victoria King, Jeremy Cundon, Tony Drew, and Giddy This. All got memberships. My job application, that was what the 10 gifted was. That's my job application. It's my resume. Samwell, thank you for the star. I've been working on a Minecraft server, though. For the channel. It's not going to be anything, like, amazing. But it'll be fun to have, like, a community server. I feel like I need to ban TNT from it, though. I need to ban TNT and lava buckets. Oh, how are we going to buy obsidian? You can buy obsidian in the shop. I already know what's going to happen. Same with fire spread. I'm turning fire spread off. Because I want it to be a SMP and I want people to do things freely, but I don't want it at the same time to end up like 2v2t. Where there's just like no blocks anywhere. And it's just a hollow cave of what used to be. No, thank you. They said turn up the lights in here. It's 7:46 in the morning, so it's not quite as bright as it will be throughout the day yet. Not quite. I've never had a pet hamster before. I would have wanted one, though. My parents used to tell me we're never gonna have a pet. And we go to the pet store and, like, look at pets. Like, all the time. And, yeah, we looked at hamsters a lot. But on Saturday, they used to let you pet the dogs at PetSmart. I don't even know if they do that still anymore. But there was a PetSmart near where I grew up, in Antioch, I think it is. It's, like, at the border of Antioch and Oakley, down Empire. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, every Saturday at that Petco, you used to be able to pet the animals. It was either Petco or PetSmart. I don't remember. I know both are around there, though. By the Wingstop, you know what I'm saying? If that's still there. They closed the Mimi's down by Best Buy. That's crazy. I used to go there all the time. I know they still, like, have locations across the country, but that's crazy. Novi, what's up? Are my parents dead? No. I have two loving parents. Thank you very much. Fulty, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Olivia, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I think everybody thinks I'm corny too because I don't try to be something I'm not on the internet. Everybody tries to act like a character too hard. Like, in a lot of ways, I was just a normal kid. It was the world that fucked up, not me. They said fix Bedrock. What's wrong with Bedrock? And Mojang can't fix it. I think Xbox owns it now. Doesn't Xbox own Minecraft? Or like a high stake in Minecraft? They said vaping in this economy. Vapes are actually really cheap now. After the tariffs went away on them, they got a whole lot cheaper. But no, it was getting to a point where it was like $50 for a vape though. Like you were kind of balling if you had a vape. When Trump was going crazy with the tariffs. Because that's the solution to everything. It's gonna fix everything. Great, so how are me paying more taxes, how is that gonna help me buy a house? I don't know. This isn't the color of my room. It's the color of my light bulb over there. I can change it to any color. I think I'm gonna get hair dye though, soon. I might get red and just do the whole thing red, which would make the sides purple. Or I'll do the whole thing blue. And see what that does to this. Who knows? I know nothing about hair color or color theory, but it's okay. We like to test our luck. It's what our Lord and Savior Splat company intended for us. Complete bleach kit. And complete bleach kit, amen. In Splat we trust. In complete bleach kit's name, amen. I'm feeling gangster. I'm about the CIA. They put a chip in my brain. How old am I? I'm 20. Good morning. Did you get a haircut? No. My hair's just growing. Actually. My hair doesn't stop growing even if I get split ends. It'll continue to grow. I'll just have very split ends. And that's okay. They build character. Like Calvin's dad from Calvin and Hobbes said. I want to get a Calvin and Hobbes tattoo. I already know what my knuckle tattoos are going to be too. It's literally just going to be Star Space. I'm not going to do them like as one of my first tattoos though. I don't want to have tattoos all on my hands and neck and everywhere, but like not on the rest of my body. I'm going to start with my chest or my stomach or my back. And then you got to fill that up. Then you work your way to your arms. I'm a traditional Christian when it comes to tattoos. I believe in the traditions of tattooing. Like, yeah, I'll get all the tattoos, all the crazy tattoos, but I'll work my way up to it. They can't be like, oh, you just did that shit because you wanted attention. Like, yeah, duh, everybody who gets tattoos gets them because they want attention 90% of the time. That's literally why you get a tattoo, so people will ask you, oh my god, why did you get that tattoo? What's the story behind that tattoo? Your tattoo's so cool. Like, you can't tell me you didn't get a tattoo because of that. A lot of people out there. Especially in our generation. Like, you got a tattoo because you thought it was cool. And yeah, it's cool. But like, I want it to like look cool too. I don't want to just have like tattoos, gloves, and then no tattoos. Like, I want to feel like I'm able to take off my shirt at the beach or the pool. You know? And not everybody be like, oh my god, look. He just has tattoos right there. Just me personally. I get that you could just not do anything big, you know what I'm saying? Like on your face or your hands and not cover it up completely, but there are people who like cover up their whole hands, their whole neck, and their face and then don't have any other tattoos. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be a girl, and gender identity doesn't have anything to do with seeking attention. But thank you. I said there's a lot of people. I didn't say 100% of people get tattoos because they want attention. I said 90%. Don't wear the glass slipper if it doesn't fit, Cinderella. Oh my god. Lottie Wilson, what's up? Welcome to the stream. I can't believe we've been stuck at like 29.7k though for the past couple of days. I'm gonna get 30,000 subscribers, I don't care. I love it. Thank you. I subscribe to you, my friend. Thank you. I want to get a tattoo of Calvin and Hobbes. I also want to get a tattoo of that dude Pierce from Zits. The Zits comic books. I used to go to Barnes & Noble and read all the Calvin and Hobbes and Zits comics that they had there. I don't know, with the way capitalism's going, I don't know, maybe you might not be able to read in there anymore for free. You have to buy the book. WMG, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Chanel, what's up? Why is one of your eyes closed? Because I was born without one. I look like the devil. That must be so scary. I guess that's a compliment, because they said the devil's actually really attractive. They're like, you look like Lucifer. Oh my god, T. Like, I heard he was supposed to look really good, actually. Why haven't you done anything with your life? What have you done? While we're at it. Like, you know me, I don't know who you are. I'm known in my city for streaming. They see me pop off on the internet and they want to know how. Who are you? Do they see you on the pop Do they see you pop off on the internet? Do they ask you how? No. I took lyrics from my song, Bald Nowhere. Knowledge required. If you would be yourself, though, you could get down. Samwell, thank you for the star. I appreciate it. Megan, too. What's up? Welcome to the stream. I am myself. That's why I can get down. That's why I almost have 30,000 subscribers from talking. What's on your face? This is called a bridge piercing. I started taking hormones when I was in the womb. I got my bridge pierced when I was 2. I dyed my hair when I was 3. Obviously. That's what people think's going on in the world. There are probably some people out there who, like, genuinely actually believe what I said is probably true. They're like, oh! They're the type of people to stand out of a Planned Parenthood and yell at people not to get an abortion when they're literally going in there to, like, get hormones. Or just, like, get a pregnancy test. No, I'm StarSPCE, actually. From Oakley, California. Is that piercing removable, or is it just stuck there because you never take it off? I never take it out. I'm scared it's not gonna be fully healed if I try to take it out and put another piercing in. I don't want to have to re-pierce it. You're not supposed to take it out for like 6 months to a year. You guys know this, right? I got it in October, so I should be good if it healed in the beginning window. But why not wait a year to be safe? Like, this is a 14 gauge piercing. I went directly to 14 gauge. There was somebody complaining on the internet. They were like, I got piercings I didn't know was gonna permanently scar your face and you would forever have a piercing. Like, what? What did you think the piercings were gonna do? Like, just magically fall out or heal? That's crazy. Or they didn't know that it's a job stopper. Can, like, get fired for having one. I'm never gonna tone down my look, though, for a job that doesn't even care about me. You got me so messed up. I'm gonna get more... Like, if I ever had a job tell me, can you just stop dyeing your hair while you're with us, or tone down the piercings a little bit, I would dye my hair and get a new piercing and show up to work the next day with hair dye stains on my head and my eyebrows. Like, now what? Like, fire me, okay, I don't care. And I'm gonna keep getting them. Sucks to suck. Abdul, what's up? Welcome to the stream. It is weird because you don't even... The professional jobs that they're talking about, you don't interact with people outside of the workplace. Like, you're taking calls and shit. Me and just me, thank you for the sparkles. Like, why does that matter? Especially in more professional environments where you're not interacting with people on a day-to-day basis. Like, if it's more okay to be interacting with the public on a day-to-day basis looking like that, should be even more okay if you're not even interacting with the public to have piercings and tattoos. Like, why does that matter if they can get the job done? Like, you're mad over a tattoo? It's 2026, grow up. Get over yourself, like, move on. I'm a freak and I'm unimportant. If I stop uploading videos for a couple of days, I'd get a ton of people flooding my comments asking me where I'm at and what happened to me. How many people would ask that of you? I don't care if they're, like, real people or close to me, blah, blah, blah. Like, what are you talking about? How am I unimportant? Just because I'm not important to you, which I don't have to be, I don't care to be important to you, that doesn't make me unimportant. Thank you. I'm a human being as well. I think a lot of people forget that, and that's 90% of the time why a lot of people are like homophobic or transphobic, because they literally like just see them as evil creatures trying to like take over the world until they meet them, until there's like a documentary about them and the violence and harassment that they face, especially like black trans women. Then everybody's like, oh my god. But it's a real issue. It never stopped being an issue. People like searched about it a lot in 2020, and then it just like everybody moved on to the next thing. Because I think a part of this generation is psychopathic, and they kind of pay attention and tune into things for like the dopamine hit instead of like actually like trying to better what's going on in our world. You know? I'm talking about at the workplace. If you have like tattoos and piercings. I'm not saying you can't work at a place because you do drag outside of work. I'm talking about you should be able to pull up to work in drag, and for it to not matter, because people should just mind their own business. How you choose to fashion yourself should not influence your professionality. Unless you like show up to work nude with no clothes on. That's different. I'm talking about people who just have extravagant outfits. They look too good. And they don't like that. I'm talking about those type of people. People that look way too good, and the company gets mad and say, you're a distraction. And it's crazy, because that's also, everybody gets mad at, like, black women when they wear wigs. You know, that's partially the reason why black women wore wigs, is because that they said their hair was too ghetto and unprofessional for the workplace. And it's just how they looked. Oh, wait. I forgot. Hair doesn't, like, define your professionality. Like, there's a lot of stuff that's stupid. It's still today, they still do that. Like, I don't care what you think looks professional. People just showing their natural hair was unprofessional at one point, so I don't really care what you have to say. Literally, people trusting the system is like trusting an abusive boyfriend that just like beats the fuck out of you every day and expecting him not to beat the fuck out of you today. Because it's a new day. And we can move past that now. Like, actually, no. We can't. I fear. You're talking about people got dumb when smartphones came out. People got dumb when AI came out. There are people who genuinely, like, can't do anything anymore. Like, they actually, like, forgot how to work their brain. Like, their logic is flown out the window. They trust an AI bot that's literally wrong a lot of the time. With their life. It's crazy. There's literally people who use like I'm not even like joking. There's people who use like AI as their doctor and like try to build sexual relationships with their AI. Like or people go into full-blown psychosis because they end up thinking that everything AI is telling them is true, and then AI leads them down a rabbit hole and destroys their logic or reasonable thinking skills so they can't interpret what's going on in reality, literal, like, actual psychosis. It might not be in the DSM-5, but those are the symptoms of psychosis. That is psychosis. Like, look at the symptoms of paranoia and all that other shit that happens in psychosis and see somebody who's gone a little too far down the AI rabbit hole, who's kind of losing their mind. It gives psychotic snap, you know? Well, psychotic crunch, if you may. Yeah, and also, I don't believe we need all these data centers to run OpenAI and Grok and ChatGPT. I think they're lying to you and they're data centers for people. That's what I think. China has, like, I don't know. Hold up. Like a 40th of the AI data centers that we have. And we're somehow building more because we have to compete with China. Yeah, okay. Sure, buddy. AI is bad though. It's literally just another thing that billionaires are trying to use to monopolize. Because it's one of the only things that people in our generation, they see us being wanting to pay for, because apparently we killed off every other industry even though they're not paying enough to like participate in the economy. So how are we killing off your industry, but we want to participate in those industries? You just don't pay us enough to do that. Like, I don't know, maybe if people could afford like their healthcare and their rent and their electricity, water, and Wi-Fi bills and all these things, maybe they would like go out more. Far-fetched idea, I know. Maybe if the starting price on a new car wasn't $30,000 and they deliberately tore into black and brown neighborhoods to pave highways over everywhere that was walkable, like why is it $30,000 for a car if you're going to force everybody to have a car and call it freedom when it's not free at all to own a car? If anything, it's just another rent because you have to pay for insurance, you have to pay for registration, you have to pay your car note in general. Because most people aren't buying a new car in cash. Like, a new car 2026 is $30,000. And everybody's like, oh, buy a new used car. Buy a used car that you have no clue what happened to before you got your hands on it. That could literally just break down in like 3 months and then you're out who knows how many $1,000s. And then you still have to keep paying the bank, even though the car doesn't work anymore. Like, if it's a necessity to have in society, it shouldn't be outrageously expensive to own. If it's going to be outrageously expensive to own, you should have public infrastructure so people can get around, like maglev trains and buses and things of that sort. That would be pretty lit. We don't need more cyber tunnels or whatever. So people buy more Teslas. I don't know, Teslas both. I feel like Elon Musk never cared about the environment. That's not why he created a Tesla. Because they both impact the environment. And the battery comes from cobalt. And where does the cobalt come from? Like, if we cared about being ethical, we'd start there. I'm not a Democrat, actually. Democrats are blue MAGA. They're the doormats for MAGA. They just sit by and let them do everything, and then they get in power, don't change anything, and let people chill for a little bit. Not really have to worry about all of the people we're bombing, and then somebody else comes in and ramps it up. People will be like, oh my god, I made $2 an hour. And I was like, okay. You made like, what, $100, $200 rent? That's literally what you paid. Like, you'd work for a couple days and then pay rent. Now, most of your paycheck is going to rent alone. You know what I'm saying? It's like the prices are going up, but my paycheck is not going up. And they say if you raise the prices on the paycheck, that the prices are going to go up. But prices already go up. But paycheck no go up to match prices. Like, prices are rising anyway. And everybody's like, oh, minimum wage was not invented to support yourself. It literally was invented to feed a family of 4, actually. I don't know what you're talking about. There are people who genuinely come in my comments and they're like, did you know that minimum wage wasn't invented for people to live off of? That's literally why it was passed, brother. Like, what? No, your pay doesn't go up in real jobs. Tell the landlords to get a real job. They sit on their ass all day and expect thriving people or people who are trying to thrive in America to fund their lifestyle because they need a place to live and they have extra places to live. Why don't landlords get a real job? They need to get a real job like streaming. They could be like me. Instead of like the Section 8 streamers or like the Section 8 like landlord tutorials, they could like actually do something that people won't hate them for, you know? Instead of putting brick sticker paper on a wall and calling it fully renovated, when the roof is actually about to collapse. A lot of landlords are literally modern-day slumlords. Like, what in the feudal system? Even the name landlord, like, that's crazy. The lord? You're the lord of what? You bought property when it was cheap, when people still could buy houses and wanted to eat a part of the pie by capitalizing houses instead of like doing something that like people don't need to rely on to, I don't know, survive. But they ran out of that, so they actually need to like capitalize things like the mail and houses and healthcare, because they don't have anything anymore. They already got everything else. They even have the media. Everything's capitalized. They keep defunding the postal service because they want to capitalize that too, I'm sure. FedEx, I'm sure, wants that to happen. UPS would be happy if that happened. Amazon would be happy if that happened. You know what I mean? Jeff Bezos might be happy if USPS is no longer a thing anymore. Because then on his Amazon app, the only option to deliver would be Amazon or some other privatized company. They act like, oh, not everything should be owned by government. Like, yeah, I know, but it shouldn't be owned by corporations either. I'd argue that corporation-owned society is worse than a government-owned society. Like, government given healthcare, government given schools, government given postal service, as I was saying earlier. Everybody hates socialism, but they go to the library and go to school, and they call 911 when something happens. But you don't like socialism. You really do when it comes to funding police departments. That shoot babies because their mother literally bought diapers and that's it. That socialism's okay. Cola Goated, what's up? Welcome to the stream. No, this is what we call water. It's a super rare drug. More rare than activists, you can never. Hunter, what's up? Welcome to the stream. What's up, RJ? Welcome back. No, I don't remember you. Remember you asked me to edit a Yaris? Yeah, I do. What day is it today? It's a Thursday. Happy Thursday. Socialize? No. You use the song Headlock? That's what's up. This isn't normal. I mean, the racist flag that you have as your profile picture isn't normal. Oh, I thought that was a Confederate flag. Never mind. You have the UK flag. I thought that was the Confederate flag. I was like, that's not normal. I can't roast him for the UK flag. They're gonna think I'm Britain phobic. They said, guys, stop hating on him. I don't really care. They can hate on me. Free clout. Get a life. No. No. Have I ever heard of socializing? No. I'd never start a social media. That's weird. People who do YouTube, so weird. His look makes him unique, unlike... Okay, don't judge their women. The girls didn't do anything. Don't bring the girls into this. I'm not competing. I'm not trying to compete with cisgender women or people's girlfriends. That's not why I'm here. Addie, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Go for them instead. It's okay. The patriarchy is really normalized, like, in our society. I'm gonna call it out, though, when I see it. I'm not trying to, like, be a better person when I say these things either. I know that's another thing that probably makes a lot of people mad. Because I say a lot of things, and I know there are a lot of people on the internet who do say things just to, like, feel like a hierarchical sense of self, like, feel above other people. I'm not trying to do that. Because I'm not perfect either. Like, I can't sit here and be the judge of all society. There are channels out there who just do that, though. Just sit there, nitpicking at other people's careers. What other people do. Meet some real people. I'd love to. But I don't live in a very diverse area, and I don't like that. It's hard to make friends out here. Which is also why I want to move back to California. I want my society to have diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'll never sit there and try to please the straight people, though. Like, I know what it is. Like, you can talk shit about all the other people around you that are in the same situation as you, like the self-hating gay people. That doesn't change how they feel about you and the way they talk about you when you're not in the room. They still don't like you, I'm afraid. I feel like a lot of people in my city especially need to hear that, though. Because there are a lot of those people here. Like, ew. Yeah, I'm in the Midwest. It sucks. I didn't want to become a Midwest emo. I didn't ask for this. They think we're all just furries. Like, it doesn't matter what you are. When they yell at you, they're gonna call you a furry. I just holler back, "Are you a fuzzy?" You're not my dad. You're supposed to stand out. That's the point of being goth. I'm not competing with females. I didn't say I was a female. Like, I'm sorry if you think that I'm trying to compete with you, like, flattered, but no. I'm myself. I have a feminine energy and I have a masculine energy. And I combine them, or I do something really feminine or really masculine. Not really masculine, I'd say. Actually, I don't do anything too masculine. I do some things. I do a lot of things, though, that are masculine. It's just that men in society only see the femininity when there's anybody who's masculine or feminine. They think they're somehow better than people all of a sudden. But no, they see it as weaker. That's why if you're somehow, like, if you look feminine as a guy and you walk around in public and people try to be like, oh, little guy, buddy, do it back to them. Be like, you want a juice box? Apple juice? String cheese? Like they're disrespecting you. I feel like being like, stop flirting with me. Oh my god. I have short hair in Missouri, and if I dismissed a man's cat called, they'd always call me a lesbian. That's what's up. That's a compliment. I'd be like, thank you. Wow. Yeah, anytime somebody comes in here and is like, you look like a lesbian with that bridge piercing, I'm like, thank you. I live. I don't know what Toyota has a GR on that. I'm not really a car guy. All I know is it's the main mode of transportation in our society. Because we paved highways over everywhere that was walkable. Because we have to capitalize everything, guys, even transportation. Base socialism. I love socialism. Hell yeah, socialism. We need more of that. New York City scoreboard. Do I brush my hair? No. No. I don't. Or Maddox with it. You said your Toyota sounds like a whistle. But yeah, we need a whole lot more of socialism. Socialism's gonna help everybody. I think socialism's amazing. Saw a Instagram reel of content creators, people saying content creators are messing it up for themselves because they're talking about politics. And if people weren't dying innocently and suffering innocently as a result of the system we live in, maybe less people who are like out there and have numbers would be talking about things going on. Like, yeah, there are some people who just talk about it for clout, but there are people you can genuinely tell care about things that are going on. You're just mad that they're talking about them. You don't want them to talk about them. If everybody's on board, then things will change. If nobody's on board, everybody just tells everybody to shut up so we can move on, nothing's gonna change. Like, they were eating kids, let's not forget, when we go to the White House to protest. And people got 50 years for being there, being at a place where ICE agents got shot at from a forest by one person, and 8 people got arrested, and people in that list got 50 for protesting. Okay, they destroyed a little bit of property, but yeah, that's proof that the government cares more about property than like the well-being of its people. Why were they doing that? You know? Maybe they should destroy property if that's the only thing that gets to them. I don't know. But you're gonna give somebody 50 years for some spray paint and broken glass because they were there when somebody shot at you? Like, that's lame. Who is still incarcerated for burning down the Capitol on January 6th? Where people literally died? Yeah, that. But if people are there when something goes bad at a protest, apparently that just gives you probable cause to arrest them and convict them for 50 years. Because they destroyed property. They're Antifa. They're trying to say that they're Antifa, but they don't even have any proof. It's just CNN saying that it's Antifa. If you look at the actual article, though, it says anti-ICE protesters. You know what I'm saying? The one that's not government owned, you know? The news articles that Mr. Ellison doesn't own, you know what I'm saying? Why do I only have one eye open? Well, so I removed my eye because I wanted to be exactly like Fetty Wap. And I've always wanted to collab with him. So I surgically removed my eye to feel closer to him. Married to the money, I never let it go. 1738. Remy boys, yeah, yeah. I'm your sleep paralysis demon, but I'm just singing Fetty Wap lyrics. She my trap queen, let her hit the bando. Married to the money, I never let it go. And I get high with my baby. I be in the kitchen whipping pies with my baby, yeah. Akira 401 official, what's up? Tyler, what's up? Oh, his name's Tyler. That's kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about that. You gotta watch out for the Tylers. Why does this guy keep winking at me? I'm not interested. I'm not interested in you either. Winking is a one and done sort of deal. This is just closed, my friend. It's just closed. Oh my god. Jokes aside, you seem pretty nice. Yeah. I can be. Sometimes I'll just full of blow and yell at people. Some days I don't feel like being a comedian. And that's why I probably couldn't be on a comedian, because I yell at people too much. If a heckler tested me on stage too much, I might. Like, shut up, bitch. That's why I'm up on this stage and you're not. You're sitting in the crowd watching me, ho. Put my lips real close to the mic. Shut up, no one cares. You're a hoe. Nah, but then I'd go on stage and then everybody would not laugh. And then I'd have like a Joker moment. They'd have me try to have me on some Manosphere podcast to just clown the fuck out of me. And then I'd have to be like, how about another joke, Murray? Akira, what's up? Welcome to the stream. So that's why I didn't get into comedy. If I did comedy, I'd just go on stage. I wouldn't make any material. That's doing too much. I'd just go on stage and wing it. Freestyle comedy. It's funny how everybody will tell me to get a real job, though, and then they'll let landlords slide. It's like, what do we mean by real job? You know? Because if I remember correctly, money is a thing, sadly. Okay, so then my job's real because I get paid real money. Like, what are we talking about? I would have another job too. I'd work for like retail. I just can't get a job here. I live in a small town. I need a car to get anywhere. It's funny. If you like grow up and you're not like if you're in a small town and you grow up and you don't like get any help, like you don't have rich like family members and shit like that just giving you shit, like you're kind of fucked. Cause you got to get a car, you got to get a place to live, and they're taxing on all that shit, just the essentials. And then there will genuinely be people telling you straight to your face that you should wait to buy and not rent. If I wait to buy, I'm gonna be 37 when I move out of mommy's house. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have time for that. I'll probably pass away, Darla. You know? And then they'll say something. I said this earlier, but they'll literally say that, oh, minimum wage wasn't invented for people to live off of when it was literally invented for a family of four to live off of. It wasn't made for teenage spending money. I don't know where you came up with that idea, other than you just want to fuck everybody over. And to prevent child exploitation and child labor. That's why the minimum wage was invented. And now they're literally trying to use it as a form of being like, oh, it was made so we can not pay kids what we pay adults to do the same job. That's what they say. Or they'll say something like, if we raise minimum wage, then the prices of everything are going to go up, like everything's not already going up. Like, you want to take, you don't want to produce any benefit for society. People literally just sit there and take, and then blame the people who don't have enough money to participate in society for not participating in society. When really, if you think about it, it's the rich people exploiting and not participating in society. They think of social policies as slavery because then they'd actually have to do work and participate in the system that they claim everybody else doesn't want to participate in. Like, what are you talking about? They pass laws every year so you have to participate less in the system, so you don't have to pay as much taxes. Ronald Reagan said it was supposed to trickle down to us somehow. Black Art, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, exactly. If anything, poor people contribute the most to society. For real, Flash. And set the rules. Exactly. And they set the rules too. They literally, and they call it lobbying. They get to influence the government with lobby money, and they call it lobbying. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, the poor people are the ones paying the most taxes. They're the ones that you meet at the as the face of businesses when consumers interact with businesses every day. Like, they're the people running the businesses where the consumer's actually at, and they're contributing in taxes to the system the most and reaping the least benefits from it. So how is that fair? Like, if you think that's fair, then maybe you should be contributing more to society. You can't you and I see a lot of people on the internet too, they use Jesus Christ to be a piece of shit now and remain relevant. It's so funny. They're like, "Oh, I built a relationship with God now, so I'm still gonna be a piece of shit, but then I'm gonna actually tell you that I believe in God and He forgives me, so it's okay." But God's not gonna forgive me for having pink hair and a bridge piercing and being effeminate and committing butt fuckery. That's what I'm gonna say now. It's crazy though how there are musicians out there literally talking about wanting to murder trans people. And I've been talking about that, like, the music community is, like, actually really homophobic. And rap is homophobic, and then they go and do some shit like that. Like, what? Not even they, just YG. Like, your manhood was offended so much you had to pull a gun out on a trans woman? That's crazy. You can't just be like, I'm not interested. Men get offended that they find trans women attractive, and they end up really doing stuff to trans women. Like, that is not what we need in 2026, especially with people dying literally this month. Like, did you, like, hear about Marlo Trotty? Because that shit literally just happened, like, a week, two ago. And then that song drops. I don't know. I wish people were more focused on abolishing the system instead of falling victim to it. Like, nobody's saying you have to, like, fuck trans people. They're just saying you have to mind your own business. You know? That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I feel like trans women, especially, like, trans women of color, it's important to own firearms because there are really evil people out there who think it's okay to kill you just because of how you represent yourself in the world. Second Speed, what's up? Welcome to the stream. And a lot of the times, we don't even know for sure that that's the number of people being killed is the number of people being killed because they don't report on it really. We just go off of articles we hear. They cut funding for that because apparently hate crimes are not important. And I saw another video, there was this woman saying that we're paying for boob jobs in jail. Like, Republicans really think that shit? Are y'all slow? People in there do have surgeries, but they already had the surgeries when they were there. And they get hormones because if they don't, they'll die. I know you don't see trans people as humans, but they are. It doesn't matter what you think. People shouldn't be forced to die because they're trans, and you don't think it's right religiously to give them hormones, even though they literally need hormones or they will die. Like, I'm not talking about they'll, like, commit suicide because they don't have their hormones. Like, they'll actually get ill and die. After you have a surgery, like sexual reassignment surgery, you need to be on estrogen for life. I don't know if y'all know that. Jesus loves you. Stay strong and safe out there. You too. I don't personally believe in organized religion. There could be a God out there. I don't think he's gonna send me to hell, though, for not choosing a version of God that humans interpret to people. And I think that that's stupid to think that. Because if you think about it, a lot of people believe the same things that Christians do for the same reasons. Like, you can believe you're going to hell, you can believe I'm going to hell. I don't believe that, you know? So, I'm not going to hell, but thank you. You're actually not the all-knowing God and the judge of the universe, so you can't tell me I'm going to hell. You actually don't have a place. If you think trans people are delusional, you believe in a God you've never seen, and that other people have proof of a different version of God, the same way you have proof of the version of your God with thousands of other religions. So, and some older than Christianity itself. Like, Christianity wasn't the first religion invented. Our population is what we call brainwashed. Oh, Christian countries, we don't take over other countries and try to do all that. Yeah, you do. You've been doing that since America was founded, baby. What are you talking about? You like to claim so much how we're a Christian nation. And then when you say something like that, they'll be like, oh, we strayed away from God, blah, blah, blah. But if you look at the Christianity rate, actually like 70% of the country identifies as Christian. And that's like not true or ever been true. Like what? Am I Jewish? No, I'm not Jewish. Why is everybody mean to me? 'Cause I have a US audience. And they think that because I don't believe in the things that they believe, they think that since I don't believe that I'm going to hell for being myself, or think that I strayed away from God for being myself, they think since I don't think that I'm evil. They think since I don't think I'm evil, because they think I'm evil, that I'm evil. Like, no, that's not how that works. Nobody is born to be hateful. It's learned by society. I literally being homophobic is the only thing that's not natural about the gay experience. Same with transphobia and the trans experience. Like that's the bad part about it is the transphobia and homophobia. Like y'all need to live your own lives. Nobody detransitions because they don't feel trans anymore. There's 1% of trans people that detransition, and it's because of economic struggles usually, or other hardships, or social pressure. Or sometimes they just genuinely like didn't align with being trans. Yeah, or trauma. Yeah. And I knew all that age bullshit was a hoax, and everybody's been saying that for like years now. And Texas is finally proving it by saying you have to be actually 25 to transition. Trying to pass a law that says you have to be 25. Then it's going to be, oh, actually, you can't transition anymore in this state. If you're trans, you're going to jail and then being released out of state. And then it's going to move to the whole country, and then it's going to be trans people aren't allowed in this country anymore. This is how God made you. Yeah, this is how God made me. So you need to mind your own business and get over it and like move on. I feel like changing my country instead of just letting it get fucked over like the way it's been ever since it's been made. I think our goal isn't to leave, but to like change it. Like the hippies were about to try to do before the CIA took over it and tried to tell everybody that Actually, hippies just do drugs and are crazy. They said I can walk to Canada or Mexico. That's not a walkable distance from where I am. If anything, Canada is probably the closest. Go up through Michigan. I've had people from Canada come into like places that I've worked. It's crazy. That doesn't happen in California usually. Or you won't tell. I'm not saying Canada or Canadians don't go to California. But like I've noticed that being near Michigan, there are a lot more Canadians near like Michigan, the border states. Obviously. There's no limit how far anyone can walk. I mean, that's true. Yeah, I want to change America. I'm going to vote to change America. Actually, spread awareness in America. It's so funny because the government literally made a clown out of our army. Since being in office. On top of all the bombings that we've done. The military has been fixed since Biden is out of office. No. It's made a fool of itself. They get scared when they have to, like, actually fight soldiers instead of just bombing, like, hospitals and unarmed people. I live right by one. You can hear gunshots sometimes. Or literal military planes fly over my house. They're in the schools, all that. I never interacted with any of that. They'd be like, do you want to see how many push-ups you can do? Fuck no. You're trying to enslave kids. No, thank you. Are you gonna cover my funeral costs when I die? Are you gonna pay for me to live when I can't get a job because I'm disabled after fighting in combat? Are you gonna heal my PTSD that I'll get from killing tons of people for Benjamin Netanyahu? Because that's who you're doing it for. You're not protecting anybody in America. I don't want to hear anybody who served in the military to ever say that, because nobody comes here and attacks us. Like people who currently enroll in the military and are fighting in Iran. Yeah, no, you did not serve us. Actually, you're not serving us. You're serving Benjamin Netanyahu. Because he threatened to bomb them, so now we have to go to war for him. And then Trump made us look even worse because we can't even fulfill the surrender terms that he literally signed to. Because he doesn't have Israel under control, like everybody's been saying. Like... Oh, really? He didn't say that the imminent threat that he used as an excuse to go to war with Iran was Israel bombing them? Or them being scared of them nuking everybody? And now Trump's saying, oh, they need a nuke. Everybody else has a nuke. Why can't they have a nuke? Like, what are you talking about? It's what it looks like. I think the US needs to seize Israel's nukes. And cut off funding. That's what I think. I think we should be fighting for things like human rights in the Congo and Afghanistan, or other things that we could be doing to help the world that we choose not to do. And I'm not saying go into these countries, infiltrate their government, and put some capitalist puppet president in its place. Saying actually, like, help these countries out, instead of disguising it as help and then killing the civilians there, or replacing it with a government that they don't want in the long run, but it might seem like they want at first, so everybody votes them in, and then you get fucked over. Happens in America too. Even though they don't actually even have to lie, because they'll just straight up tell you they're gonna do shit and then do it, and everybody be like, I didn't vote for that. Like, but you literally did, though. You did vote for that. It's exactly what you voted for, though. Like, what are you talking about? Maybe if you listened to what people were telling you, you would have known that. Yeah, we do take the Congo's resources. It's where we get lithium for batteries. And people are literally enslaved there working to make it. Fight for equal rights of Christians in Nigeria. Like, what? I do support the people in my country that are suffering. That's why I talk about these issues. The government just brainwash you to believe that people that look and talk like me about politics are just hate America. We just don't want America to exist. And if you think America is exploiting everybody and few people reaping the benefits of it, then yeah, no, I don't like America. I like the people in America. I care about people. That's why I care about politics. And everybody's always tried to tell me that I'm overthinking things. Because people that are white usually don't like experience a lot of the hardships of the system. They're like, well, I can do it. I did this, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, yeah, like you were white during the civil rights movement. Of course, you were able to do a lot of things because you benefited off of more suffering of people. Because that's how this works. People get exploited. It's how you have things. If we make things in America and we do it here, then we wouldn't be able to use slave labor. So, and they don't want to pay us more. They want to pay us as little as possible and sell us like the most unethical items ever made. Instead of just raising wages and improving industries in America or the workers of industries in America, because they can't even live off of, I can't even live off of a minimum wage job. Like, what? Nobody can. Nobody in any 50 state can live off of a minimum wage job. You shouldn't have to get a second full-time job because that's what the full-time job is for. If you work a full-time job, you should be able to afford rent, groceries, health care, your utilities, electricity, and light bill. It's not like people are going out and splurging every month. And then you're supposed to save after that too, mind you. After you have all your bills paid, you're supposed to be saving and investing in stocks. So you can retire eventually. But they don't want you to retire. We're supposed to work until we die. And yeah, there are examples of people making it out, and those people are on TV for a reason. That's why they're everywhere and you know about them, is because they did. They're living comfortably now. Like, and I'm not talking about the millionaires. Everybody thinks I just hate people who have money, and that's not the case. No, I hate people who have more than enough money for multiple generations to come and feel so entitled that they feel like they shouldn't solve any problems through money that they have or should have to pay in taxes. even though Ronald Reagan said everything was supposed to trickle down to us in the 80s, and we were supposed to reap the benefits of corporations getting more money and profiting more, that would be a good thing for everybody, because then more people would make more money. Yeah, nobody trickled down shit. There are people genuinely talking about we should never raise the minimum wage again or remove it. Like, are you insane? I don't care if they close small businesses. The small business owners wouldn't have to start a business. They'd be able to get a job and live comfortably still. They'd still be able to start the business. They'd be able to work a job, though, too, and fund their business even more. There'd be more money coming through. They'd be able to make up for it because they'd have more customers on top of that, because more money would be in society. Because the rich people are hoarding, like, the majority of it, you know what I'm saying? So there's no money to spend, and then they're saying that we're actually killing off the industries, that there's no money to spend at. We're somehow killing party life and vacation life and all these things. But, sorry, I don't have thousands of dollars to shit out of my ass and just go places with. Must be nice if you got to do that when you were younger, but I can't. I have to actually work multiple jobs full time to live, to own an apartment, not even own, rent an apartment, to rent somewhere and pay groceries and utilities. I need multiple jobs. Or at least multiple sources of income. You can't just have a job in society. Like, Gen Z would be a whole hell of a lot harder of workers if we, one, got hired places, and two, we actually got paid for what we were worth. Instead of companies making tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars off their employee every hour while they see $7.25 of it. You know? $10, $15, $20. I don't care. Outrageous. I don't care. 25, outrageous. Nobody is paid their worth in society. No, that's how billion and trillionaires exist, is because of people that were not paid their worth. JMH, what's up? No, I don't overvalue myself. If I'm producing a ton of value for a company, I want to see a little bit of that, you know? I don't want to see a decimal smidgen of what I'm worth. Give me at least 10% of what I'm worth for your company every hour that I work there. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me own stake in my profit at a job that I work at, and let me earn what I'm actually supposed to be making, so I can, like, live. People are just scared because they're gonna have to, like, not exploit people anymore. And if you don't have enough money to hire employees, if that's going to kill off small businesses, maybe you shouldn't be hiring employees yet. Maybe you should run your business more to where you're getting more money to be able to pay people enough to live. That's what I think. Or pay them at least a fraction of what they earn for you as a company. Linda, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Yeah, you get paid an hourly wage. I know. I'm saying they use the hourly wage to exploit people because the hourly wage a lot of the time, actually all the time, at minimum, is not enough to live. You should be able to live off of a minimum wage job. It doesn't matter if you think less of the person at the counter at Burger King because they don't have a real job. It is a real job, and you being there is the reason that they're there. So, they should be paid enough to live. They should be paid enough to afford rent, to afford groceries, Wi-Fi, utilities, their phone bill, all their bills paid, the essentials, because having a phone and having internet is essential in 2026. Wake up, it's the world. Hello. Yeah, they should, and then they should have enough to save at the end of a month so they can like retire one day, because they're like cutting Social Security. I've been told that as a kid that they're gonna just cut Social Security. And guess what? They're doing it. And we're not gonna see any of the money that we paid into it. Because they use that money for shit that they shouldn't use it for, instead of like actually paying people who need like disability and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? They want to institutionalize them again in institutions where they're not paid attention to, they can't go outside. They're just trapped as like a psych ward. They live in pretty much a psych ward for the rest of their lives. Because they're disabled. That's what the government wants to do. Even though it's more expensive to lock people up in these institutions instead of like actually helping them be independent, the government wants to just lock them away. I don't know, it kind of sounds like what Hitler did. Just locked up the disabled people. Because that's the thing, concentration camps literally exist in America. People in detention centers are doing paid labor, not convicted of any crimes. Not being fed properly, like, does that ring bells? Like, if it's not a concentration camp, then what is it? I know it's a detention center, but if they're not convicted of crimes, you can't make them do slave labor. You can't pay them $1 a day. That's not how it works, you know? You're saying there are people saying that these people are criminals and they're not even convicted of any crimes. That's why it's called the detainment center, because they're being detained pending immigration hearing. They're treating immigrants like criminals. It's like putting somebody on house arrest, except it's like torture because it's not house arrest. You're actually arrested into a concentration camp where you're forced to work. Or you could get sexually assaulted too and then end up pregnant and have them move you to a state where abortion's illegal. So you're forced to carry a baby that you do not want. No, I'm speaking on what's happening. People being force-fed at Delaney Hall. People are being literally enslaved in detention centers because, mind you, you can't do slave labor if somebody hasn't been convicted of a crime in America. Yeah, slavery is legal, but only if people committed crimes and are convicted of them. I don't even think that should be a thing. But yeah, it definitely is not a thing for detention centers because, as the name suggests, it's a detention center. Concentration camp too. It's that because it's a concentrated group of people. And they're not convicted of any crimes. Being detained under the law means you're being held somewhere pending an investigation. It's an excuse to imprison people before they're guilty, though, in my opinion. Because there are people who are trying to do it the right way that are being detained. Because you got people who are underexperienced just roaming outside in trucks, picking people up whenever they feel like it. If they think they're immigrant enough, they're like, hell yeah. I'm not defending pedos and rapists. That's what people do when they defend Donald Trump and the actions that he commits. More people got deported under Biden and Obama. So if you cared about deporting people, why didn't you let like Biden or Obama? Why was Obama bad? He deported a ton of people. He didn't have to put them in concentration camps though to do that. If they were convicted of a crime though, they would be in jail. I don't know if you guys know this, but the detention centers are for people who are detained. They're not for people who are convicted of a crime. They're just, if you're detained in general, you get sent there from immigration. There are literal kids in the immigration facilities. So that's what you're saying those kids are? Like what? The teenagers who literally turned up pregnant in immigration facilities? So they moved them to another state where abortion's illegal? Like, what are you talking about? You just heard Fox News call them that, so that's what you call them now. People who are immigrants. You guys dehumanize everybody. It's a problem. It's kind of sociopathic to just think that way. Baby Marmar the Third, what's up? I don't care if they're in the country illegally, that doesn't excuse anything. This is supposed to be the land of opportunity and freedom. If they're trying to immigrate here legally, you shouldn't be like detaining them at like their pledge ceremony where the last part of them immigrating is doing the pledge. Like, immigration should, like, I don't know, not be there. Detention centers shouldn't be a thing. You can track down everybody. You can track down everybody to put them into a draft. You can track down all the people that are in the country illegally. Like, you're not slow. And vote. So why are you going for the people that haven't committed crimes? I mean, you can call me that. You're not answering the question, though. IQ has nothing to do with how smart you are or how competent you are. Britley, what's up? Welcome to the stream. No, it doesn't. It's how you think about things more of than how smart you are and how much things you know. IQ is more of how you think about things. Look up, does it mean you're smart if you have a high IQ? Or are people with low IQs stupid? Like, look it up. Like, you can have a low IQ and be smart. You can have a high IQ and act stupid. There are people who had really high IQs and thought they could get away with murder. So they killed people. Because they thought they were a genius. And it was actually, like, so easy to catch them. So there are people with high IQs that are really dumb and people with low IQs that are really smart in certain ways. So I wouldn't base somebody's, like, functioning capability of, like, being smart off of their IQ. And I don't have a low IQ, by the way. I've had my IQ tested when I was in school, like, multiple times. I have a high IQ. Like, my IQ's like 131, I think. Like, it doesn't mean anything. And you think I'm stupid, so... Or low IQ, which IQ doesn't have anything to do with how smart you are. I mean, you can say whatever number you want for it to be. That doesn't make it that, you know? Go back to school. Who's gonna pay for my student loan debt when I get a job that's only a couple dollars more than a minimum wage and I still can't survive off of that job? Oh, that's what I thought. And then I won't be able to own a home ever, for sure. No home. No, I'm not gonna go to college. It's funny how you say that, but all the people who are hoarding all the money right now didn't go to college, and everybody thinks you're like Jesus Christ. They all dropped out of school. And then exploited a ton of people. That's how you become successful. You have to like stop doing college and working for people, make your own company, and find out how to exploit people and monopolize something in society. I'm talking about super rich. I'm not talking about millionaires. Just so everybody knows. There's self-proclaimed millionaires that come into the chat sometimes and they're like, oh, no, I worked for this, blah, 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 blah. Like, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who own you. The people that gave you that money. Because I know there's a lot of, like, people who get record deals and stuff like that, and then they get, like, millions of dollars. No, I'm talking about the people exploiting you. Because, yeah, you still get millions of dollars, but for the millions of dollars that you make, they're getting tens of millions. You're just exploited less. That's why you're, like, on TV and everything, because it's amazing. That doesn't happen. Vaping's for losers? Okay. Guess I'm a loser then. You don't need a college education to work at Burger King. That's what I'm saying. You should be able to live off of a Burger King job. If you're working full-time, honest job, you should be able to live off of your income. Build your own home. I don't have tens, if not the hundreds of thousands of dollars to pull out of my ass, so I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah, people who tell people that I should just start flipping homes, like, are you delusional? I can't even get a place to rent right now. How am I gonna buy a home that I'm supposed to invest in and capitalize off of people's need to live? Like, no, thank you. Nobody told them to take that job. Yeah, but if it's the only job you can find, any job you should be able to live off of. That's why the minimum wage was made. What do you mean they chose that job? A lot of the time, people didn't choose that job. A lot of people wouldn't be working for certain companies that they worked for if people chose the job. Everybody in America, like, hates their job. Unless they own the companies that produce the jobs, then it's kind of chill. Also, AI is going to take all of that. Hold up. Instead of being on the internet, why don't I work a job? Because I'm famous. I'm not famous, but you know who I am. I don't know who you are. I just saw somebody say, if Saul on here, why aren't you at work? Exactly, put the fries in the bag. Stop it coming for me. I'm trying to make everybody's life better. You don't own a company, you're not a billionaire. Get out of my comments. Like, hello. They don't love you. You're not getting added to their will gang. Yeah, I defend homosexuals. And trans people, especially trans people. I support the gay woke agenda. Communist, Marxist, Leninist agenda. No, no, I'm not gonna work for a corporation. No. I'm good. I make money. There are days I make more money, way more money than I ever would working a 9 to 5. Like, I'm good. And I like what I'm doing, too. It's also a crazy part about it. Quirky part. I'd say I make more than $50 a week. But anyway. Yeah, I pay bills. I live with my parents, but I pay bills. They're mad because they think I just sit in my room all day and talk to the stream, even though I've only, like, been streaming once every day the past couple of days. Like, I haven't really been streaming that much. My nose is itching. You can tell I make less than $100 a week. No, I don't make less than $100 a week. It's the 2026. Like, what are you guys talking about? You guys know the internet can be a career. Like, I didn't even try to make it a career. It's just always something I've been doing and it took off. It's always something I wanted to do. Everybody always told me that I need to get a real job, though. And I did get a real job, but I still made YouTube videos. People eventually watched them. And I would have a real job, too, if I could actually get a real job. If people weren't fake hiring and just, like, out collecting information on the internet instead of, like, hiring people. Because people are always hiring. Like, their signs always say they're hiring, but when you actually go in to, like, get the job, like, they're not hiring all of a sudden. Or the position's been filled. I'll never get hired looking like I do. That's why I'm on the internet. That's why I talk to you. That's why you can even breathe the same air as me. If I'm a loser, why are you in my stream? You're not gonna change my mind. Your piercing is ugly like shit. At least I can set my face as my profile picture. At least, like, my face attracts people. You know, even with the piercing. Even with crazy hair. People still watch me. So sorry. That's so sad. I'm so sorry. Okay, put the fries in the bag. Don't you have something to do? Go say hi to your family, buddy. It's time to get off the phone. Kane is my boy, B, what's up? You look like Reddit's that way. And, no, you think that because you sexualize trans people, people think that, being trans is like a sexual taboo. Being trans is not sexual. That just comes from you sexualizing me, you know? If you cared about that shit, why don't you say anything about Trump? The people that run the government. Like, if so many people care, then why did they elect people who literally had multiple, like, pictures with Jeffrey Epstein? Talked about wanting his daughter, calling girls at a beauty pageant he attended with Jeffrey Epstein hot on camera. Like, why are people in Hollywood still a thing if y'all care about that? That's what I want to know. Why is the underground music scene still a thing? To prove you don't have a job, give the coordinates. Dummy, just tell me the name. What? Oh. Yeah, like what job do you guys have? What do you guys do? I don't want to hear that I own a business. What business do you own? Okay, what business? Can't be that important if you have so much time to be in my comments. Must not be doing too well. Yikes. We're literally near a recession. I know you're not doing well. You're not going to be in my comments if you are. You think I'm the reason you're not doing well because that's what the government told you. People are so stupid. They're literally like sheep. They just follow the herd. Whatever the white man says on TV, everybody's just like, yes, we need to do that. Fuck the immigrants. Yes. Who thinks women can't be men and men can be women? No, I just think people are what they are. Actually, I believe trans women are women because they're women, and trans men are men because they're men. It's so funny because even transphobic people back then used the correct pronouns on trans people. At least the white trans people that made it to TV. I'm not talking about the trans people of color or poor trans people. I'm talking about trans people who like had enough money to pass and were like on TV and everything. You would think they were more accepting. You're like, damn. But yeah, trans people have always existed. And it's not going to go away or stop existing because you try to wipe them out. Also, they're humans. They're not trying to take over the world. That's the people exploiting all the people in society and the people running it, allowing it to happen, and bombing innocent children, or being in a war all the time, being in some military conflict ever since the country was created. That's your problem. Not humans just trying to live their own lives. What makes you the god of everybody's lives or choosing the morality of people's existence? You don't get to choose that. I know Trump told you that not being a narcissist is woke, but that might need to ring some bells in your mind that maybe you're in a cult. Maybe you're being lied to. Should rapists get to live their own lives? No, that's why I speak out against Trump and people in government and religion. Because a lot of these religious facilities are places that pedophiles roam free and assault children at. That's why. Like, why is rape insurance a thing for churches if y'all care so much? People who aren't affecting anybody, trans people aren't rapists. Because somebody is trans does not make them a rapist. You're comparing two completely different things that have nothing to do with each other. Like, what are you talking about? A lot of them are. Really? Where's the statistics for that? Because usually a lot of the time it's like religious white men. That's usually what tends to be the case. You know, like Trump's spiritual advisor, what they got going on in Hollywood. That's why I'm calling it out. So I should be calling it out because I'm white. White people dismiss people because they think they want to play a victim card. How am I the victim? I'm not the victim of racial inequality. Like, no, I'm not racist for speaking out against racism. That's you guys say that about everybody, even black people that like speak out against their racist experiences. Y'all call them racist. They're not racist. How are they being racist? And how can they be racist? They're just like, I don't know, fighting for equality. And everybody will look back to this day if we change stuff and be like, I wasn't like that, and everybody's gonna just act like it didn't happen all over again. That's what I think. Because we should have killed like the Confederacy when we had the chance and locked them all up for life. We didn't do that. We actually pardoned the Confederacy, which also influences why people are the way they are today. Y'all should have locked them up for life. Somebody literally just got lynched. Like, everybody wants to say that, no, they're killing, like, black people are killing themselves. But no, how, they know, like, they're not gonna do that in public. They know the history behind that. Like, it's not like black people don't know about lynchings or know about true American history. Like, if anything, they're the people that know about it the most because they were the most affected by it. They're not going to go outside into a public area and hang themselves. That just doesn't happen, especially by like the multitude, like it happening multiple times. That doesn't happen. Like, it doesn't. And people will genuinely tell you that racism is over in this country because the government said so. The same people who are supposed to be anti-government, by the way. Because isn't that a thing about conservatism? Like, aren't you guys supposed to be anti-government? Like, when did all of the people in, especially southern states, when did y'all start, like, backing the blue and all this gay shit? Like, this homosexual shit. Those homosexuals. Don't get me started. Can't stand them. Anytime I see an attractive homosexual man, just have demons in my brain, you know? I have to fight the urges, the demons in my soul. It's so hard to not ask them to suck their dick. It's just really hard. I struggle with it every day. My only regret in life is that I didn't ask to suck more dicks. It's the only regret that I have. That's gonna be me at the end of my life. Put it on my tombstone. Sex life was cut too short. Yeah, and the people saying that kink shouldn't be at Pride, straight people don't like you more because you think that they still think Pride shouldn't be a thing and they still hate you, regardless of whether you think kink should be at Pride or not, because it's been at Pride for years, and that's why there are children-oriented events. Like, if you go to the website, you know, you can see like the different events with the different age groups. Yes, there should be kink at Pride. Thank you. In Jesus' name, amen. And the government doesn't like you more because you don't think so. And what's going on at Philly with the segregated Pride event? They had a white people side and a black person side. I called it though. Like, before the month started, I was like, please don't let me see some racist, transphobic shit during these Pride events. And right, hello? It's like when people were making fun of trans people last year at Pride as part of the event. Like, weird. But yeah, I don't think anybody listened to Sylvia Rivera when she described her concerns for racial inequality in the gay movement, because I feel like gay people are really racist. Like white gay people, white trans people are like super racist. Even openly, like, they're openly like racist people. Like, just because you become a part of the queer community doesn't mean you're not white anymore. I don't, I'm not following. And then you have people like Blair White talking about who's a real trans person. They think they're like somehow the queen gatekeepers now because they pass enough and they're white. Like, no, that's not how it works. Just because you vote Republican and you hate yourself doesn't mean you get to tell people how the shit goes, actually. The left doesn't fight about things like human rights and people surviving. The left is fighting more about things that we need to unite the working class because people don't want to admit that racism is an issue and taught to white people from a very early age, whether it be from your internal family or the people around you. People will try to normalize racism. And I feel like people don't take time to like unpack that and like unlearn that and realize that that's not okay. Because if they did, the world would be a lot hell of a better place. Like, there's no accountability in the police system, obviously, because police just keep killing black people. Literally, a baby got shot for no reason. I feel like Walmart should be sued. That's what I think. And the police department. And those people should be named and charged with murder. Yeah, not every American believes in God, nor do they have to, because we're supposed to have religious freedom. But that's the thing, guys. Christians in this country a lot of the time don't want religious freedom. They want to be religious supremacy. They want to be the main religion running shit. They don't want religious freedom. They want the freedom to use their religion to enforce it on other people. That's what religious freedom means in America. The freedom to run society with their religion. Same shit. That's why when everybody's talking about all the Islamic terrorists, like, y'all do the same thing. You literally do the same thing. Like, bombing civilian infrastructure is a war crime. Yeah. I didn't lose my eye. I was born without it. Yeah, there is a lot of medical benefit to abortion because a baby could die inside of you, and you not being able to remove that could result in your death. Um, or if you get like injured or put on life support, you're not allowed to pull the plug, and you have to be used as an incubator because there's a baby inside you that's probably gonna die. So you can't even just die in peace. There are people that are literally dying as a result of abortion bans. So yeah, there are benefits to abortions. A lot of people who are anti-abortions literally wouldn't be able to be here without certain abortion laws. Like if you've had to have a like hospital induced miscarriage, yeah, that's illegal. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom would be dead, but yeah, keep telling me about, and I wouldn't even have been alive. Like I wouldn't have been able to exist. So keep telling me how abortion is bad though. Yeah. Like abortion isn't just like removing a fetus for no reason all the time. You guys realize that, right? It's terminating a pregnancy that could literally kill somebody and the baby. That's an abortion too. You're aborting your pregnancy. No, shout out abortion. Yeah. And everybody's like, "Oh my God, so you think fully developed babies should be murdered?" Like, no. Um, if a baby can't survive outside of the womb, why are you like it doesn't make sense. Like it's not even a baby. It will become one. It's in the process of becoming one, but it's not conscious or alive. Like everybody is insane. They just want it. They're bored with life. They want to like feel better than other people. Like at least I'm not having an abortion. Like okay, you're not better than everybody. You're very lost and stupid. You're watching me, and that's all you got. You don't ever have like valid arguments. You just call me lost, stupid. Yeah, very intelligent. You're so brave. Misty, what's up? Welcome to the stream. And this is why there's a male loneliness epidemic. Because this is how men act. Ahmed, what's up? Are women lonely too then? No. Men suck. So, you know, and they have more options to choose from because men are desperate. So they'll like choose the better ones. And then, or just like wait to find somebody. Or they'll just date women. Women aren't lonely. They just don't choose you. I know, if you don't want to be here, why are you here then? It's because they're fans. They're mad that I get attention. Yeah, shout out abortion. I think women should choose. Um, I should have been aborted. I know, right? I would have been so much happier. I agree. Shout out abortion. I wouldn't have to do this shit. It'd actually be great. You can do my nails for me, that's what's up. I'm making more of a difference than most of the people in the chat. I don't know. Who knows you? You know me, I don't know you. I'm obviously, influencing you to talk shit in my comments. Because you're mad for no reason. What do you influence? What do you do? I don't want to hear that I own a business shit. What business do you own? What's your job? I don't want to hear that. I'm a lawyer. I'm a doctor. Okay, where though? Where are you a lawyer and a doctor? Where are you licensed? What's your firm? If you're a doctor, you should do other things than talk shit. Maybe you should go to work. I don't know. Is this how you think about your patients? It's crazy. I wouldn't want you to be my doctor. Yeah, I changed the office I go to. Because there was literally a nurse who said I looked freaky and scary. Because I had one eye and a piercing. Don't you have, like, I don't know, work etiquette? Shouldn't be really judging people off of how they look, now should you, as a healthcare professional? Also, like, out loud especially, like, what are you thinking in your head that you're not saying out loud if you're gonna just call somebody freaky? Or say that I look scary. If you say that in person, what are you thinking in your brain? Like, I don't want to get healthcare from you. No, I don't have female hormones. Men can be effeminate as well. I'm not even a man. But, like, even so, like, men can be effeminate. Y'all know this, right? Like, just in general, like, men can be naturally feminine. It's a thing. Yeah, one of the most prolific serial killers in American history was a slave owner. No, the serial killer was a slave owner. Um, it was a white woman, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. White American culture, like, what is white American culture? It's culture stolen from all countries all over the world, and eating and lynching people and owning slaves. That's the history of America, and monopolizing and exploiting people. That's white American culture. I don't care what excuse you have for it. They didn't inherit slaves. I don't know what you're talking about. Even if that's true, that doesn't excuse it. that doesn't make it okay to torture and kill people and work them to death and not let them have a life and treat people like property. That's not an excuse. It did happen. It's not my fault you don't learn about American history. Just because they were slaves before black people doesn't make it bad or one of the worst slavery eras of the world. Like, okay, your point, and there were slaves before. That doesn't make it okay, first of all. Second of all, America treated their slaves worse, actually, than a lot of other people. And tortured and killed and sexually assaulted their slaves. If they were in a bad mood. And ate them. And made lampshades and chairs and all different types of furniture out of humans. That still exists today, mind you. I don't know. Why are you guys defending slavery? Like, you're literally defending slavery in the comments, and they're not even valid excuses. They're just blatant lies or have nothing to do with making slavery a good thing. That should just be proof in and of itself that you should take a look at the things that you believe in. The fact that you have to sit here and defend slavery. Like, did I offend you when I said slavery was bad and that they tortured and killed and brutalized people and it wasn't a happy-go-lucky sort of thing? Like, do you want to own slaves or something? Like, that in and of itself is racist. Why are you even defending slavery? I'm stupid for pointing out that you're defending slavery. That's not stupid. It's just pointing out that you're racist for even defending it when I'm saying the bad things that happened in our history. No, it does make it true because it's fact. I don't feel like non-racist people would defend slavery when you talk about how bad it was. Or the first thing you feel the need to do is be like, I'm not like that, blah, 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 blah. Like, we're talking about slave owners here. Like, why did you get offended? You're saying all the reasons, oh, slavery existed before, blah, 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 blah. That's defending slavery. You're trying to, color code American slavery. That's how you're defending slavery. When there's no sugarcoating, brutalizing generations of people and eating and assaulting them and working them to death. Like, there's no sugarcoating it, unless you're racist. Telling me the origins of slavery? Why do you feel the need to tell me the origins of slavery if you're not defending it? Why does that matter in comparison to American slavery and how bad American slavery was? I don't care if slavery existed before. I don't think it was good in either, and I especially think American slavery was bad. People are still alive today younger than the president in office, and were around for segregation to see it end. And civil rights come into place. Like, the country didn't just stop being racist when slavery ended. Actually, people owned slaves long after that and didn't tell slaves that they were free. Which is why Juneteenth is a thing. For all the people who say that it's not needed. Like, black people were not freed during July 4th. That, like, ensured that they were gonna own slaves and, like, they became our own country. Like, that's all that happened, and, like, the Constitution doesn't protect people. Like, we didn't get the Bill of Rights from the Constitution. And the Bill of Rights doesn't guarantee the ability to live or survive. The Bill of Rights doesn't include access to healthcare. And the Bill of Rights didn't apply to everybody that was in America at the time either. I don't know anything. Are you stupid? Like, hello? No, slavery doesn't work. It works for people who are brutalizing people and owning slaves and companies. It doesn't benefit, like, the people that go through slavery. And also, on top of that, it's also bad because you're abusing people. Like, why are you trying to defend slavery? Goddess of Victory, thank you for the £2 super chat. Said, I think you're beautiful and I wish you the best. Thank you. Just because you don't like the truth doesn't make it untrue. I don't know. Dark Fox Productions, thank you for the gold coin. We literally bombed our own country because black people were doing well. And they'll say it's not an issue, and that I'm stupid for talking about it. Or people will literally be found lynched. I don't care if they ruled it a suicide, black people don't go into the woods and hang themselves, or hang themselves in public areas at all. They know the historical meaning behind that. Wasn't there a cop that shot a black person because they thought an acorn dropped? They heard an acorn drop. They shot a baby because a mom drove away because she didn't do anything. She literally just bought diapers from Walmart. That's because Gen Z is racist and actually are more like the boomer generation. They're not the generation that we change everything at because they lied to make it seem like that was gonna happen until Gen Z men turned into boomers because of people like Andrew Tate. Crazy as fuck. Y'all need to read articles and have some morals. Your morals are misaligned. Like, even if you think trans people and homophobe, or if you're a homophobe, you're transphobic, like, okay, that doesn't matter. Live your own life. Don't be trans. Don't be gay. Or have kids. If you're not ready to handle it. That's what I think. Yeah, all the people in government, too, telling people that they're violent criminals for just trying to flee circumstances you can't even imagine because you were luckily given the place you were given on the globe, and we drew imaginary lines where bad stuff happens and where people have a little bit better lives. So people come over here, and those people get arrested for trying to come into the country and have better lives. But Donald Trump's kids are doing coke on TV. Like, is it really about crimes? Because the government openly breaks laws. Literally, Elon Musk ran a segment of the government and openly talked about doing ketamine. Like, what are we talking about here? Care about Hunter Biden doing drugs so much? Literally, Donald Trump's kids do coke. On camera, too. Like, you can see the bag. Like, there's no denying it unless you're just, like, delusional and in a cult. I've never voted Republican, never voted Trump, never voted anything along those lines, or Democrat. I vote as socialist as I possibly can for those exact reasons. Because the Democrats, they literally just, like, don't change anything when they're in office and just speak about things. And then, like, let people forget about the conflicts going on overseas for, like, a couple years, and then the right comes in and messes things up a lot faster. No, this isn't a basement. This is what we call a bedroom. Yeah, I'm moving up in life. I don't know what you're talking about. People think socialism is slavery because people like landlords who like leech off of people's needs to live, will have to actually get a job and work for their money. They can't exploit other people anymore. Yeah, like literally, if you don't have the money to pay workers, then maybe your business deserves to fail. That's what I think. Or you shouldn't be hiring employees. You're not entitled to people's work and time, especially if you're making a ton of money off of them and they're not seeing a fraction of it. You guys are so slow because, like, you just call me stupid. You don't have an argument. That's why I don't do, like, debate live streams. Because it's just gonna be people calling you stupid. Because you believe people should exist that are different. You don't want to see people as people. Because you don't know them. Like, it's stupid. Yeah, they're MAGA, so every accusation they make is a confession, actually. Because that's what Trump does. That's how they operate. Everything they call everybody else, their whole party does. The most. And they'll say uneducated shit like the KKK was started in the Democrat Party, but like, okay, what happened in the 60s when the Civil Rights Acts got passed and black people started to have representation? Um, yeah, they stopped voting Democrat and started voting for Republicans. I don't think we realized that the political switch happened. And now all the people who were Democrat during the KKK starting and all that shit turned into Republicans. They are now Republican. That's not an accusation, it's actually fact. The political shift that happened in the 60s, that's fact. All the races started voting Republican. Uh, Keisha Vargas, what's up? I wonder how small these people's brains are for their only argument to just end up being you're stupid. That's I call it out multiple times and it just traces back like, okay, if we're not gonna have a conversation, we're just going in circles. Because I keep telling you that you're actually like wrong, and then you just call me stupid and wrong. That's like all you say. I can look stupid all you want. That doesn't make it true. You know? I know all the people who are telling me that I need to get a real job, all this and that. Like, I'm doing my real job right now. Where are you? Why are you on your phone? Put the fries in the bag, get off my stream. Since you love capitalism so much, go get some capital then. Where's your capital? Why are you on my stream? Like, if you're the bourgeois, why are you on my stream? Thought you had shit to do. Hello. That's the thing, rich people don't care about you. So I know people who are actually doing well off aren't gonna take time out of their day to hate on me. If they think I'm not successful, they're happy that I'm not successful. It actually is better. You get charged more for being poor. Then you have to rent everything because you can't afford to actually own shit. So they give you an option to just rent everything. And they normalize renting everything. Like, it's just normal to not own shit. They say communism is when you don't own private property. Bitch, I don't own private property in capitalism either. Like, Just Hannah, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Everybody, like, everything's owned by the banks. Instead of the government, like, you just want it to be owned by private corporations, which you think is better somehow. Like, if anything, that's worse. I don't really care how you think I look, you know? I didn't come on the stream to garner the attention of male gaze. Or the women that beg for the attention of male gaze. I did not come on the stream for that. Black Dragons, what's up? No, my parents are not insecure. They don't act like baby back bitches because I decide to live and be myself. Heidi, thank you for the flow state. I appreciate it. My parents don't act like having the emotional maturity of children when it comes to me, so actually my parents are proud of me. You know? It's so funny because they try to do the like, oh, you're a failed abortion shit too, and actually my mom like paid to like get pregnant with me through IVF. I'm a lab baby. Made in China. Cat lover, what's up? Yeah. A lot of good things, like, for civil rights and shit like that happened in southern states, and the South is just trying to, like, undo that. Like, slowly becoming bootlickers. Heidi, what's up? Welcome to the stream. And I know there are, like, queer people in the South and people who don't think that's okay in the South. But, like, the southern states were the ones who wanted to gerrymander and get rid of the Civil Rights Act for voting, the Voting Rights Act. Like, those are the states that wanted to do that shit. It's sad what's going on in the South. That's what's up, though. Mads artist dude. They treat politics like a sports game without regards for anybody around them. Or they're just full-blown racist. And they know they're affecting people, and even themselves a lot of the times, but it affects people more. Or they think it affects people more than it'll affect them. So they vote for things that ruin this country. Yeah, you heard it from Mads. Mads said that they're not happy in the South. And I know, like, racial inequality and, like, lynching and all this other shit happens in other places in the South, but I'm hearing a lot of shit that's going on in the South. Like, the leadership in Southern governments, like, the people that voted those people in, like to say that the South is, like, changing. I don't know. Me vaping isn't ruining the country. But okay. They said go give mommy back her phone, for real. That's what I'm saying. These people have to either be kids or not know what they're talking about, like, genuinely. If you hate this country and everything about it, then why don't I leave? Because I want to change it for the better for the people. That's why. If you didn't like it when Biden was in office, why didn't you leave? Bro, nah. Rules for thee, but not for me. No, I'm not a closet Republican. I've never voted Republican in my life. And I'm proud of that. Lauren, thank you for the happy poop. I appreciate it. Like, I'm not a Democrat, but I'm definitely not a Republican. Like, that's a lot worse. You know? You hope I have a wonderful day. Thank you. I look like a pussy. That's what's up. Vaginas are beautiful. Like, even the insults men have, like, are you gay? Like, do you not like pussies or something? Like, that's a compliment. Yes, I look like a pussy. Hell yeah. I'm not here to say vaping's better than cigarettes or anything like that. I just happen to vape. You know? Femboys does not mean a girl. People will say that. People will say femboys are girls, and then trans women will say that they're women, and then they'll be like, no, you're a boy, you're a man. Like, what? Pick a side. Do you like fucking girls? Do you like fucking guys? I like both. Bye, bro. I like to eat the pussy, but then again, I like to ride. Oh my god. Yes, I wiped the boogers on my shirt. I don't give a fuck. Keeping it real 100% of the time. I wouldn't do that if I was going out in public or about to take a shower. We're not about to take a shower, my bad. Um, But yeah, if I'm in my room for long enough, I don't care. I'm wiping my nose on my shirt. Sue me today. We wipe our boogers over here on our shirt. Keeping it real. If you've never done that before, this stream is not for you. Yeah, no, I'll just pick my nose. Pick my nose and then wipe it on my shirt. I don't give a fuck. Yep. If I'm in public, I'll just wait to get a tissue or go to the bathroom and use toilet paper to wipe my nose. If I'm at home, I'm about to take a shower, or I'm just not gonna be anywhere. Who cares if I wipe my nose with my shirt? Like laundry detergent exists, guys. Exactly, Booger Squad is in here. We wipe our boogers on our shirt sometimes. Booger pride. I'm just a lazy bum. That's made up. That term's made up. I'm not lazy. I work hard. I just don't contribute to multi-billion-dollar corporations as much, so I'm lazy for wanting better for myself. I work 7 days a week. I work more than I would if I worked a job. They said unless it's a bloody booger, then you need a tissue for real. Suck my dick. Disrespectfully. Jax, what's up? Welcome to the stream. No, this is my natural hair color. It's naturally pink and blue, actually. Yeah. I would never do any demonic shit like dyeing my hair. Or pierce myself or get any tattoos. That's demonic, demon shit. You're a pagan if you do that. Satan worshiper. Ooh, you a Satan worshiper, aren't you? Satan worshiper, Satan worshiper, Satan worshiper, Satan worshiper. I can be what you want me to be. Shout out a damn killer. Anna, what's up? Katie, what's up? All capital, you can die from vaping, so I think you should stop, especially whenever you're doing it continuously. And do you cuss? I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. Like, let's hope so. Yeah, my favorite vape flavor is Cancer Before 30 by the company Cancer Speedrun. It's my favorite brand. I love Cancer. At least people like me. Like, at least people like, oh no, StarSPCE died? That sucks. If I get cancer and die from vaping. I don't know you. Nobody knows who you are. You didn't influence the world in a good way. You just tried to defend American slavery by saying things like, "Oh, it was worse. It wasn't that bad. In Ireland, they had slavery too." Like, okay, shut up. American slavery was one of the worst things in the world. There were literally people in this chat earlier in this stream that tried to say that try to defend American slavery and then say that they weren't racist. Like, if you're not racist, why are you trying to sugarcoat slavery? Weirdo. No, people would miss me. I've missed a day streaming and had a ton of comments say, where am I at? Maybe I should just fake my death so everybody streams the fuck out of my music. Because I'm narcissistic like that. I should do it in December when I'm about to turn 21. Everybody in my city's Facebook page would be like, I knew him. Miss you, bro. Fly high. The long live StarSPCE hashtag. I don't want that shit. If I ever die, do not make me famous. Don't post about me. Don't pretend like everybody fucking loved me. Because that wasn't the case. Like, keep the same energy. I'm dead, bitch. Yeah, if I ever die, an untimely death, keep the same energy. I'm dead. Keep the same energy. I don't want to see a ton of streams from heaven, from the skies, the mystical realm. See people being like, oh my god, I love his music. Like, don't do that. I don't. Actually, if I die and nobody knows about me, delete all my music off the internet. Delete my whole channel. Delete all my social media pages. That's what I say. I was here and now I'm not. That's how I would want it to be. Do I have teeth? No, I don't. I have straight teeth. No braces. Never had a cavity in my life, by the way, too. No cavity before, ever. Latasha, what's up? I love your streams. Thank you, cat lover. I appreciate it. Kaya, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Not much, just live streaming. Thank you for subscribing, Yvonne. I appreciate it. Zuri, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Oh no. I'm gonna charge my phone and be back.